Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Chris Plays On. I am setting up to stream tonight. Going to be doing the chess lessons available on chess.com just because it's one of these things I always meant to do but never get around to. And so I'm going to go through them. Now, I went back to even the most basic lessons, like how pieces move and stuff, which I know how pieces move, but we're going to start at the beginning, make sure we go over all of them. For these first few, at least, I'll be skipping the instructional videos just because I know, things like how pieces move and stuff. Okay. Easy enough. Oh. Give me another. No, you don't want to go straight right. I suppose it helps if I read correctly. Start challenges. Okay. Top of the board. Great. Sideways to the right, facing the corner of the board. Perfect. All the way down here. Got it. Straight up. Okay. Skipping through all that. Alright. Let's travel up the board to the other side. Boom. I'd like to visit one of the four corners of the chessboard. Look, you can get to that corner. Both rooks want to reach the top right corner square. And two moves. Right hand corner blocked by zone piece. Right hand corner. Can you move another piece to open up the rook's path? Yes, you can do that. Great. Bishop. Wonderful. Top left and two moves. Okay. Simple enough. Bishops move diagonally. Easy enough. Bishop wants to travel to the other side, reach the top of the board in just two moves. Can you find the way? This is the way. This is still the way.
The
knight. Okay, I want to reach the top of the chessboard. Wants to be in the center. White has one knight in the center of the board. Move the other knight into the center. Sure. Easy enough. All right. Da-da-da. Find a forward move. The ultimate fork. Easy enough. Move 2 squares, has to be that one. Only legal move available. Look, let's attack both rooks at once. Up a diagonal. Well, there's only one move that can do that.
Remember,
Pawn promotion. Sure thing. Pawn 3 squares from we have a pawn race, both sides. Pawn show white. Move to win the promotion race. Easy enough. This pawn is one move away from our life. Saves the game. And that would give you a draw by insufficient material. Okay, white is up a pawn.
now that you know,
Okay. Rook goes there. Rook goes there. Knight. Knight. Dark square bishop. Light square bishop. Queen goes on the light square. King goes on the other square. Okay. White wants to march. Where are we on? Language of chess? Okay. White wants to march the pawn off the board, play a5. Easy enough. White wants to attack black's pawn on b7. Rook to d7. Rook. F2. Cool. White can only move 2 pieces. White can move 2 pieces to d8. Play queen d8. Sure. Knight g to e4.
you've already learned how to move.
Okay, moving and capturing. Find a capture. Queen here. White's down a queen for 2 pawns. Ooh, that's a bad place to be in. Find a capture. They can turn the game around for white. Yes. Black is up a knight, and all white's pieces are blocked, so they can't move forward. You find the 1 pawn that can capture a piece. Simple enough. Black's bishop. is starting to capture the rook, and the rook can't move. Save the trapped rook using the other rook. Okay. In this position, white has several captures, but only one of them is good. Can you find white's best capture? Taking out that rook is the best capture. Because this pawn is protected by that pawn is protected by the rook. That's the only safe capture there is.
Check is the word.
Okay. The only move that threatens catch black king, then it will be in check. Check. Okay, white has 2 knights and a rook, but only one piece can check the black king. Find the move. And with how the rook's positioned, you're forced back there. Black king is hiding behind its pawns. Find the best attack. Find the best way to attack it with check. It's protected, and when it moves out of check, I can mate there. Oh, anyway, black's king is surrounded by pieces, but white has a powerful check. Can you find it? Pretty sure I just do that. Find the only move that puts the black king into check. Okay, getting out of check. Black king has a white king in check. How can the white king escape? Black queen once again has the white king in check. Can you find the best way to respond to the check? Take the queen. White's king is in trouble. Yeah! It's in check. All escape squares are covered or blocked. Can you find a move that blocks the black check? That's literally our only legal move in that position. White's king is in check. It is. Can you find the best move for white? Black's queen is checking our king. Can you find a way to block the check and deliver a check in a single move? You do so with the rook, and then it can't take because the pawn's protecting it. Okay, checkmate. Simple enough. Black king's hiding in the corner path. Easy enough. Checkmate. There's no escape squares. Pieces look safe. Lies, it's not safe. White can win the game in a single move. Can you find it? Checkmate. Okay. Easy enough checkmate. Checkmate that way. All right. Why open the king? Okay. Stalemate games. Sure thing. Save the game with the stalemate. Avoid the stalemate. 4 pawns. Nope. You want a stalemate in 1. Huh. Force a stalemate. Oh. You move there. Check. They forced to capture.
Stalemate is just one of the possible.
Okay. Other draws. Okay. Immediately forces a draw for white. Let's see if we do. Always key on this. White is in serious trouble. Forcing a draw. Huh. Castling. Easy enough. Okay. White's castle. Black bishop has me in check. Best way. White wants the castle, but I can just go the other way. I actually kind of prefer castling queenside. Well, Turok is on the king's side moves. En passant. Not exactly en passant. There's at least en passant. Oh. I'm sorry, you want me to en passant the other way. With the b4 pawn.
Now,
Okay, now it's going to start getting more puzzly on me. Finding the. I mean, that was going to get more puzzly. Alright, the game just started. White's already has a strong move. Can you find it? Do you want? Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's a free piece. The rook. Just checked White's fist response. Okay. Let's see. Knight is under attack by the bishop. Black. Checkmate. Playing it. Push another pawn to the center. Okay. Weak f7 square. Simple enough. Oh. That's not what you want to do. Oh. Oh, you're completely blocked in. That's just checkmate, isn't it? Control the center. Okay, both sides. Okay. trap the Black Knight. Huh. Oh. Moves the knight on G1. Okay. Okay. Maxwell. Checkmate in 2 moves.
Castle early. Best king for white. White already can't castle. No, you want me to do that?
White king is not happy as it is stuck. Simple.
Winning a chess game isn't something you can simply make happen. There's
Active
no
pieces.
outright winning strategy or forced win. If you simply hope that your opponent will do all of the work for you and make a blunder, you won't win as many games and you won't get very good. The only way to win at chess is by playing with sound strategies and gradually making your position better until you have an overwhelming advantage or your opponent can't handle the pressure and cracks. The key to improving your position is making your pieces active.
I don't know, playing against me.
An active piece is one that is full of
Seems to be
potential
a pretty good
and
way. I
ready to
blunder a
jump
lot.
into action. When you start a game of chess, none of your pieces are active. Most of your pieces can't even move. Your job is to get your pieces into the game and put them on active squares where they can attack, defend, and improve your control of the board. Let's take a look at a few positions and compare who has more active pieces. Let's start by looking at some opening moves and see which side does a better job activating their pieces. White begins the game with e4, controlling the center and already opening up lines for the light-squared bishop and queen. Black plays h6. This pawn controls g5, but does nothing to help with development. White plays knight f3. The knight activates toward the center, controlling the d4 and e5 central squares. Black plays knight a6, developing a piece, but unlike White's last knight move to f3, Black's knight on a6 does not control the center and only controls 4 squares, b4, c5, c7, and b8. Let's compare that to the knight on f3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 total squares, or twice as many as the knight on a6 controls. That's why it's important to develop toward the center. White follows this advice with bishop to c4, controlling the center and placing pressure on Black's weakest point, the f7 square. Notice White is ready to castle on the very next turn. Black plays h5, moving the h-pawn for a second time, which does not control any central squares and wastes time that could have been used to develop a piece. White castles the king to safety and brings the rook toward the center. Black places a second knight to the edge of the board, reducing its square control again to only 4 squares, just like the knight on a6. White activates the rook with rook e1. The rook enjoys open lines in the center of the board. Notice the rook can help support the e-pawn's advance up the board in the future. Taking a look at White's position, you can notice that White has placed a pawn in the center, has developed pieces to active squares that help control the center, and White has also castled the king to safety. Black, on the other hand, does not control any of the key central squares, has 2 knights on the edge of the board, And black has not moved any pawns that would allow the bishops and queen to enter the game. White's position is far more active. Let's take a look at another position. Take a moment and compare white and black's pieces. Which side has more active pieces, white or black? Let's first look at white's pieces. Notice that white has 3 pieces in black's territory: the bishop on f6, the knight on d6, and the rook on c7. All of these pieces are very active. The bishop on f6 controls a lot of key squares right in front of black's king, and notice the bishop controls the entire a1 to h8 diagonal. This bishop also controls h4 to d8, controlling a lot of dark squares right in black's territory. The knight on d6 is excellently placed. It's putting pressure on f7, b7, and the bishop on c8. Notice white's rook on c7 is doing the same thing, pressurizing all 3 of these targets as well. The only piece that's not in black's territory is the rook on d1, and it enjoys a lot of open squares and also protects the knight on d6. Let's compare that with black's pieces. Black has no pieces in white's territory, and notice black has 3 pieces still on the 8th rank: the rook on a8, the bishop on c8, and the rook on f8. The only piece not on the back rank is the knight on h6, stuck in the corner. Notice the knight cannot move to f5 or g4 because white has pawns that would capture that knight. Black's pieces are basically paralyzed. Take a look at the light-squared bishop on c8. It has 1 square, d7, and it's already protected by the white rook. The black rook on f8 cannot move to e8 because of the knight, or d8 without getting captured by the bishop. The only piece that can move without getting captured is the rook on a8, and it can only move to b8, where it's not really doing much. So to take a look at this position, we can say white has very active pieces and black has very inactive pieces. Let's take a look at one more position. Finally, in this position, is it clear which side has more active pieces? Let's take a look. Notice that both sides have pawns directly in the center, d4 and d5. Both sides have very active bishops. They both control kingside and queenside space. Both sides have queens directly behind those bishops, controlling good diagonals on the king side as well as queen side, and they're well placed in the center of the board. Notice both sides have rooks on the c-file, enjoying a lot of open squares. The only difference between the two sides is the rook on e1 for white has the e-file all to itself. Meanwhile, the rook on f8 isn't really doing that much for black. So black solves this by playing rook f to e8. Both sides have very active pieces. We would call this an even or balanced position. Now that you've learned how to identify active versus inactive pieces, it's your turn to practice activating your pieces.
Okay. Black with castle next move. Can find a developing move that brings black's act square and prevent white from cast. No, white would like to cast on the next move. I mean, you tell me to develop towards the center, which is blocked up. So you want me now? You're telling me to come out here. Wants to develop a light square bishop. Don't like any of those actually. Want rook on e1. Okay, Black's rook is ready to invade. One or two. Prevent these moves. There we go. Okay.
As you continue on your chess journey, it's a great feeling when you start to win more games and notice that you are making stronger moves. If you really want to take your game to the next level, it's essential to start thinking about your opponent's moves and truly understanding their ideas before deciding on your own move. The most obvious idea behind an opponent's move is a check, such as Queen b1, delivering a check to our king. Since our king is under attack, it's easy to react instantly and play King h2. Unfortunately, if we play too quickly, we risk missing the entire story behind our opponent's move. Before responding, try to understand all of the things your opponent's move does. Yes, Black's queen checked White's king, but was that the only purpose of the move? Notice Black's queen was also attacking the unprotected bishop, so Black can play queen takes b5. Black is no longer down a piece and has a good position. Let's take a look at this position again. Now that we understand that Black's queen is attacking both our king and unprotected bishop, known as a double attack, is there a way we can both block the check and protect our bishop? If you found bishop f1, great job! We block the check and protect our bishop at the same time, so White is up a piece and enjoys a great position. Now let's take our game to the next level and start to think seriously about our opponent's moves and ideas in the following examples. In this position, after Black plays knight b4, instead of immediately focusing on what we should do, let's make sure we understand the point behind Black's last move. When a knight begins to jump, we want to carefully consider where it may land. Knight takes a2 looks pointless because we can simply capture it with our rook. Where else is the knight attacking? That's right, the pawn on c2. Notice that Black's bishop on f5 is also attacking that pawn. A common mistake is to understand that our pawn is under attack and then decide to move it with c3, attacking Black's knight and moving the pawn to safety. How could this be a mistake? Unfortunately, the knight wasn't just attacking the pawn, it was also attacking the c2 square. So Black can play knight c2 check, forking White's king and rook on a1. White should make the best out of a bad situation and move the king, because if White plays queen takes c2, Black wins a queen for a knight with bishop takes c2. Let's take a second look at this position and try to find a better option for White. Since Black has two pieces attacking the c2 square, and we only have one defender, the queen, what should we do about this threat? If we play e4, trying to block the Black bishop's diagonal, Black will simply capture the pawn with the bishop, and we still have to solve our main problem, the weak c2 square. Feel free to pause the video if you'd like more time to think about the position. If you found the defensive resource knight a3, great job! We don't usually like moving our knight to the edge of the board where it controls fewer squares, but this inconvenience is easier to accept than losing a serious amount of material. Now that c2 is properly protected, we're ready to kick the knight out of our territory with c3. And if Black plays knight takes c2 check, as long as we capture with our least valuable defender first with knight takes c2, bishop takes c2, and queen takes c2, after all of the trades, White is up an extra bishop for a pawn, so Black should have spent more time thinking about the consequences of our knight a3 move before capturing the c2 pawn. Let's continue to work on understanding the ideas behind our opponent's moves. In this position, White decides to play queen f6. Take a moment to understand all of the ideas behind White's last move. You may notice Black's rook on d8 is under attack. So with that information in mind, Black may play rook e8, moving the rook to safety and adding a second attacker to the e4 pawn. Before deciding on our move, don't forget to ask, what are all of the ideas behind my opponent's last move? It is true that White's queen attacks 3 pawns, but none of these moves look very good. Remember to always look for checks and captures. In this case, White can win the game immediately with queen g7. Checkmate. After carefully considering all of the ideas behind our opponent's last move, how can we both prevent checkmate and protect our rook on d8? It might not look possible, but your knight on c5 is ready to come to the rescue. Where can you move your knight to stay in the game?
E6.
That's right. You can play knight e6. This move prevents checkmate on g7, as the knight would simply capture the queen, and it also protects the rook on d8. Knight e6 isn't the first move that may come to mind, but by taking the time to fully understand the ideas behind your opponent's move, we can find these important resources. Sometimes you can make a threat and it seems like your opponent is completely ignoring you. If white plays rook to f1, we may expect black to play rook f8 to protect the hanging pawn on f7. It may come as a surprise to see black play rook to d8. This move seems to completely ignore our threat of rook takes f7. Of course, sometimes your opponent only focuses on their own moves and misses the purpose behind your moves. If you don't see a point behind your opponent's last move, you need to trust yourself and continue with your plan. If it turns out you overlooked a tactic, you will gain a valuable lesson, but you cannot fear threats that you do not see. It turns out that rook d8, lining up with our king, is a very tricky way to defend the f7 pawn. So white should move the king off of the same file as black's rook with a move such as king c4. After rook takes f7, black has a surprising move which wins white's rook. Take a moment to look for this incredible resource. If you found the powerful move knight e5 check, excellent job. The pawn on d4 cannot capture the knight as it would put our own king in check, which is illegal. And after white moves the king to safety with a move such as king e2, black wins the rook with knight takes f7. Let's take a look at one more example together. Chess is such a beautiful game as there are so many layers to discover. In this position, black plays knight takes b3. What is the point of this move? It looks like black is simply offering a trade of pieces. One way to help improve your game is to ask yourself every time your opponent makes a move, if my opponent had another move, what would they play? We might assume black would simply move the knight to safety and be up a piece. If white doesn't think carefully about this question and simply plays a takes b3, white is in for a rude awakening. When you ask, if my opponent had another move, what would they play? Always look at every single check and capture your opponent can play, because these are the moves that may cost you the game, as in this case, with queen c1. Checkmate. Since black's threat is queen c1 checkmate, you might make a quick decision and play a move like g3, opening up an escape square for your king. Before deciding to not recapture black's knight and accept being down a piece, is there another way to capture black's knight and prevent checkmate? Notice white's queen is on c7, and it could guard the checkmate square if the c2 pawn wasn't in the way. This means we can play c takes b3. So now black cannot play queen c1, as we would simply capture the queen. You've done an excellent job working through one of the most important skills to develop, always looking out for your opponent's moves and making sure you understand the ideas hidden behind them. Now let's stay alert and remain one step ahead of our opponent's moves and the challenges.
Alright. Black is attacking our rook on a1. What's white's best defense? Take that, we just lose. Oh, my best response is just to win the game. White's knight leaps to the b5 square. Threatening here. You want me to do this so that
I can do that. Why did black move the queen to h3? White's best response. Your attempted attack here, but how is my best response every time not just to take it? Black just played E captures d4. D4. Yeah, sure did. Okay. We've been through this line already. How can white check black's king and attack an unprotected pawn at the same time? Well, if you go here, I can't take that.
Knowing the rules of chess is just the beginning. Chess is an incredibly deep game that you can spend a lifetime learning. So let's get started. Once you make your first move on the chessboard, you have entered what is called the opening phase of the game. This is where you begin to develop your pieces onto good squares where they can attack, defend, and control the center. Once most pieces have developed, the game enters the middle game phase, where both players are making plans, organizing their pieces, finding weaknesses, and attacking their opponent's king. Some games end right in the middle game with checkmate or resignation. Like in this position, after queen e4, white creates a battery with the queen and bishop on the b1 to h7 diagonal, threatening checkmate. Notice the queen is also threatening the unprotected rook on a8. Black only notices the unprotected rook, moves it to safety, and then is shocked to see the game is over. Queen takes h7, checkmate. Not all games end that quickly. Some games continue on, and after many of the pieces have been traded away, enter the endgame phase, where the goal is usually to promote a pawn to a queen and then checkmate your opponent. In these lessons, you will learn about each of these phases of the game in detail so you can improve your chances of winning. But before we get too far, it's time to talk about your first moves in the opening. There are three main goals in the opening. First is to establish control of the center. The center is the most important part of the board. From the center, you can launch an attack anywhere. Second is to get your pieces onto active squares. They don't have many options when they're stuck on the back rank where they start, so bringing them into the game toward the center is a good idea. Third is to get your king to safety by castling, so the king is not exposed to the dangers of the battle in the center. All of your opening moves should support these goals. Now it's your turn to practice making great opening moves.
Yep. Yeah, you only let me do the king's opening. Oh, you want me to attack? The reading helps.
Okay. There, it's protected. Move the bishop on f1. Open the diagonal that controls the center. Yes, castle. Black's knight. And f6. Take the 4 pawn. Bring a knight into the game. Oh, yeah. Match their earlier move. Get it. You always want me to. For the most basic openings. Unfortunately, it's one I also play.
Some people with a little experience in chess may have heard of the famous 4-move checkmate. For a beginner, this can sound both exciting and scary. Who wouldn't want to win in 4 moves? And of course, nobody wants to lose in 4 moves. Luckily, the 4-move checkmate is only dangerous in name. If you know what you're doing, that is. The 4-move checkmate is a fast attack that develops some pieces very quickly toward the center and the enemy king. White typically opens the game with e4, controlling the center and opening lines for the light square bishop and queen. Black responds with e5, controlling the center and opening up lines. And after bishop to c4, white quickly brings the bishop to an active diagonal, controlling the center and pointing at the weak f7 square. Notice the f7 square is only protected by black's king. Black typically plays knight to c6, making a sensible developing move, or sometimes will play bishop to c5. In either case, white has the option of the aggressive queen to h5, joining the bishop in the attack against the key f7 square. If black isn't careful, white will deliver checkmate on the very next move. Knight f6 is a very common mistake. Black moves the knight toward the center and threatens to win the queen. What could possibly be wrong with this move? Unfortunately, it forces the white queen to move exactly where it wanted to go, the f7 square, and deliver checkmate. You'll notice that the black king has nowhere to run. Black also can't block the check as the queen is literally touching the king. Notice black has no piece to capture the queen, and the king cannot capture the queen because then the light square bishop would capture the king, and that's not allowed. This is the 4-move checkmate. Now let's go back and see how black could have avoided this.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this. Oh. You want to protect the center pawn. Okay. Yeah, I suppose. Give up a knight. Protect the pawn on e5 pawn.
In the 4-move checkmate lesson, we learned a new concept where black was checkmated by the white queen, and black couldn't capture the queen with the king because the queen was protected by the bishop on c4, like this. A king can never put itself in check, even when capturing. So many times when you checkmate, it's done by one piece who is checking, and one piece that is protecting and assisting the other piece. Let's see some examples of assisted checkmates. In this position, White can deliver checkmate by using the queen to put the king in check with the assistance of the pawn protecting the queen. Can you see the mate in one? If you found queen g7 checkmate, great job. The queen attacks the king, and the king cannot escape the check because the queen covers all of the king's escape squares and the pawn protects the queen, meaning the black king cannot capture the queen. It's checkmate. Game over. Let's look at another example. In this position, black's king does not have any legal squares. Notice that both the white knight and queen join together on the g8 square, right next to the king. White can deliver a check with the queen that is assisted by the knight on e7 with queen g8, checkmate. Now that you've learned how pieces assist each other in delivering checkmate, it's your turn to practice assisted checkmates.
Okay, I don't know why I didn't play the video, but sure.
Even the powerful queen cannot checkmate the king all by itself. Many times you will find yourself with just your king and queen against the other king, and you need to know how to finish the job. It can be pretty frustrating unless you know what you're doing. Let's see how it works. In this position, we can use an assisted checkmate idea to win the game in just one move.
Pretty sure
Notice that the white king and queen both meet on the g7 square, right next to the black king. The queen can move to that square.
Yeah, we're just going to start challenges. We have already done this. These assisted checkmates.
As you've already learned, checkmate with 2 rooks is pretty easy, and checkmating with just 1 queen is simple too, once you know how to do it. Another common checkmate comes from king plus rook versus king. In this position, you don't have the power of the queen, and instead have to use some patience to get the job done. Let's see how to do it. The first thing the rook needs to do is put the king into a box. After rook h4, notice the black king is within this box, and white's goal is to never allow the black king to escape from this box. Black's king gets closer to the rook, and white's rook, unlike the queen, will need help from the king to push the black king into the corner and deliver checkmate. The reason why is the rook cannot move diagonally, so the lone king can sneak up and attack the rook from a diagonal. This means white needs to bring the king closer to the rook and protect it, like this. After king g5, black threatens to win white's rook, and white's king arrives just in time to protect the rook. White begins the slow but effective plan of pushing black's king back into a corner in order to deliver checkmate. After every move, the side with the rook has to ask, can my rook safely shrink the box? If the answer is yes, then move the rook. If the answer is no, then move the king closer to the opponent's king. In this position, can white's rook safely shrink the box? Yes, it can, with rook g4. How about now? Can white shrink the box again?
Yep.
If you said rook f4, you're correct. White shrinks the box once again. After king d5, can white shrink the box? Well, not safely, because after rook e4, the king would just take the rook. Also notice if the rook moves to f5, the king is able to run outside of the box. So remember, when you can't shrink the box, move your king closer to the opponent's king, like this. After king e5, can white shrink the box now? Notice if rook e4 check, the black king is able to move outside of the box. Remember, in a rook and king versus king position, only check the king with the rook when it is checkmate. Otherwise, bring your king closer to the opponent's king. White brings the king closer to the other king, and after king d5, can white shrink the box? You bet. Rook e4. So slowly but surely, white is making progress. After king d6, white cannot shrink the box safely, so white brings the king closer to the opponent's king. After king c6, can white shrink the box? Absolutely. Rook e5. After king d6, black decides to give white some trouble. In this position, I can't shrink the box as white, because if we play rook to d5 check, the king escapes. But also, how do I move the king closer to the opponent's king? I can't. So what do we do here? In this position, we just need to move our king somewhere to protect our rook. And in fact, there's only one square to do it. King e4. After king c6, can white shrink the box now? Absolutely. Rook to d5. And notice, white's making some real progress now. After king c7, white brings the king closer to the opponent's king. And after king c6, white continues to bring the king closer. After king c7, can white shrink the box now? Absolutely. Rook to d6. And after king to b7, white plays king to d7, getting closer to the opponent's king. After king b8, can white shrink the box? Yes, after rook c6. White's getting really close to pushing that king into the corner. After king b7, here we are again. White cannot shrink the box, but we also can't move the king closer to the opponent's king. What to do? When this happens, it's simple. Just protect your rook and make black move. Black moves to b8, and can you shrink the box now with the rook? Absolutely. Rook to c7. And after king to a8, white brings the king closer to the opponent's king. King b8. White moves the king closer again. And now, after king a8, the king is finally in the corner, and white is ready to deliver a checkmate. Can you see which rook move will deliver checkmate? If you found rook to c8, checkmate. Great job. White delivers a checkmate. After learning how to checkmate with the queen and king, and now the rook and king versus king, you may expect the next videos to include checkmate with a king and one other piece. It turns out only the queen and rook can partner with the king by themselves to checkmate a lone king. In chess, you are constantly capturing pieces and making trades on the chessboard. But how do you know if you should capture or trade? Obviously, the queen is the most valuable piece, but what about the other pieces? Fortunately, there is an easy way to evaluate trades based on a numerical value for the pieces. Let's take a look. Each pawn is worth 1. You can think of this as $1 if it helps. The knights are worth 3, and the bishops are worth 3. So basically, the knights and bishops are the same, though in many positions, bishops are better, and in some positions, knights are better. Rooks are worth 5 points, and queens are worth 9. Well, what about the king? It's worth the whole game. Let's review that. Pawns are worth 1, knights are worth 3, bishops are also worth 3, rooks are worth 5, and the queen is worth 9. Let's take a look at a few positions and decide whether it is a good or bad idea to trade pieces. In this position, does white have any trades? Yes, white could trade a rook for a queen. Is this a good trade? Absolutely. This is a great trade for white. White gave up a 5-point piece, the rook, for a 9-point piece, the queen. White gained 4 points from that trade. In this position, white has the chance to trade a rook for a knight. Is this a good trade?
No.
White gives up a 5-point piece, capturing a 3-point piece. It's not such a good trade. White loses 2 points out of that trade. Let's take a look at one more position. In this position, white can play rook takes d8, trading a rook for a rook. Is this a good trade? An even trade isn't bad. And let's say the bishop recaptures, offering a bishop trade. And another even trade happens, bishop for bishop. After all of these trades, white did not win any material. Both sides traded 1 rook and 1 bishop each. Notice white was up a pawn before all these trades happened, so white's position is still pretty good. But was there a better way white could have handled this position? Let's take a look. When you have a chance to capture or trade pieces, remember to look at all of your options first. Was rook takes d8 white's only option to trade pieces?
No.
Look at white's bishop. White could have played bishop takes d8. White trades a bishop worth 3 points for a rook worth 5 points. Remember, it is usually a good idea to capture with your least valuable piece first. Let's say black recaptures with the rook. White now has the chance to trade rooks, 5 points for 5 points. Is this a good trade for white?
Mm-hmm.
You might think it's just even, but remember this idea. When you are ahead in material, it's good to trade pieces. When you are behind in material, you should avoid trades and keep the position complicated. Since white is up material, this is a good idea to trade rooks. White now has a much better endgame. White is up a rook for a bishop and has an extra pawn. Now that you've learned the value of the pieces, let's see if you can use these values to decide whether or not to trade pieces.
Start challenges. Okay. Several captures available. Wins white material. That's easy. Win white material. Huh. So is this what you want me to do? Let's even trade. That one wins me material. I didn't even identify the other two captures. I just saw one that won me material. Suppose I could have captured there or there, which would have been even trades as well. Or even I'm losing. Black is an annoying knight on d4. Very annoying. Huh. Apparently I didn't want the video. Well, say I'm actually going through the lessons right now on chess.com. As far as teaching you, this would be a good place to start. I am going through them just because I had never completed them. I know the basics of the game, but I'm in no way a grandmaster or anything like that. So these are almost, lessons and puzzles to solve afterwards, which is a decent way of learning it. White knight and bishop attack f7. Is white leaving anything hanging? My rating is just around 1,000. Depends on which mode you play in. In the different blitz modes, my rating definitely drops compared to ones that give you more time. Alright. White capture a hanging piece. Yes, I can. Oh, no, that was not a hanging piece. And that's why my rating is bad, because I moved too fast. I don't take the time to look for everything. Okay, white can move. White can capture hanging piece. Not hanging, not hanging. That is hanging, but I've got no way to capture it. Not hanging, not hanging, not hanging. Technically hanging, but I've got nothing to capture with. Here. Oh, that's hanging, isn't it? No, I'm definitely not 2,000 rated. I am definitely not 2,000 rated at all. That's way above my rating. But, why is a few catcher considered? Can capture. If I capture white, it has more attackers than defenders. Alright, no, yes. We have more attackers than defenders here, so capture there, capture there. Alright, in this position, white can capture 2 black pawns, a6, d5. Use counting and the value of the piece to win material. Okay. We got 2 attackers, 1 defender there. But I don't like that. We have 1, 2 attackers here, 1, 2 defenders. Am I missing an attacker someplace? Playing fast is not always a good thing, and again, right now I'm just doing lessons. Like you saw me play fast and get it wrong. Well, that's the thing. It's making me decide between pawns here. Puts me down material. If I go there. Oh wait, that doesn't defend that. What am I thinking? Okay. Yep. Alright. You want me to capture the F2 pawn and put the in check. Okay, so black has 2 attackers. Okay. Now black has 2 attackers, knight and bishop on the c2 pawn. Add another defender. Simple enough there. Black has 2 attackers on h2. That's not good. Can you add a second defender to prevent checkmate? I can with that knight. Okay.
One of
We're going to skip that. Okay. There's a fork that wins me the queen. Okay. That wins a rook. No. There it is. Check. Win the rook. If you are on chess.com, yeah, you can sign up. I'm happy to play with viewers. You can. You actually can't see it here. Oh. Okay, it's gonna make me. It's not gonna let me do that. But yeah, if you want to play, I'm gonna send a message from my non-streaming profile. Hopefully, maybe. Alright, that there is my username on chess.com. If you send me a request for a game, I'm happy to play against people.
Okay. Black is down a knight for a pawn. Can you find a fork that regains material? Okay. Black just captured pawn with knight. It takes e4. Can you find a fork that wins material for white? And black is threatening checkmate. Oh. Are you... Oh, I've got it set to auto queen. It actually won't let me do it right. That's a problem. We're going to skip past forks and just go down to pins. Because it's set to auto queen. I actually can't do that. Alrighty. Black. Yes, there's a pin. You've had me do a dozen times here. There's a pin. There's a pin. Win on against that pin. Okay. Black's bishop on d7 is pinned to the king. Yes, it is. That wins material due to this pin. No. Oh, you want me to do that? Gotcha. White's queen is pinned to the king. If I move this, saves White's queen. Alright, piling up. Yep. Alright. White's down a piece, Black's knight. It's pinned to the king. Keep pile up on that piece and regain material. Oh, try again. That was terrible on me. How about that? That piles up on it better. Alrighty. And here, White has a weak pawn on c4. Yep. Let's attack it. Add another attacker to it. Alright. Can you send me a challenge? Well, I don't have your name on here to send you a challenge. I posted mine there for you to send me one. I would have to have your username on chess.com to send you a challenge. So fighting for the e5 pawn. Letting you out a third attacker. There's an attacker, there's an attacker. Oh. Okay. Alright. Let me finish up this one and then I will send you a challenge. Actually, we've done all this before, so play. How do you do nope. Nope. Username MITK. I missed the H in there. SMITKHASI. Current match settings. So this is generally the base one, so let me try this. Yes. Select. Well, I don't know what your match settings are set to, but apparently without knowing what your settings are set to, I can't send one. Oh, apparently I just challenged a random person by accident. Guess I'll have to deal with this. I have told you my ID. I posted it in chat, and you can see it here. If you can see it here on my screen. Like you can see my ID in the bottom left of the screen, and I posted it in chat for you. Not sure what more ID you were wanting from me. That's not where I was trying to drag that. Yeah.
That was a mistake, wasn't it? That was a mistake. I got busy playing and got distracted. The worst mistake I've ever made, because I could take that back. God, I need a new mouse. It's not clicking and dragging well. I need to just click and point click. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have mate in 2. He certainly doesn't have mate in 2. Alrighty. Do you think you're gonna scare me with that or something? Defended by 3, attacked by 2. Dude, if you want to come in there, you can come in there. It ain't gonna work well for you. Yep, now that one's hanging. Let me get up off this pin here. Repin myself, I may have to. Oh, God. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay. Gonna back this one up.
Hmm. Take that side. Yeah, you don't get me that easy. Let me kick this thing back too. Hmm. Do you want to deal with that at some point? Oh no, that just left that hanging. Bad move. Yeah, that was a bad move on my part. That's for darn sure. Come here. Oh, that was connected. Yeah, that moving that pawn was not good on my part. I should have known it. All right. Start that side.
exactly where I was going with it too. Seems odd. She got plenty of time. Just rush things. Just because the hanging piece, if I do that, doesn't it? Go there. Doesn't really good to go there right now.
was there a long time ago, couldn't I? Okay, now I can breathe a little bit. Yeah, I thought I could breathe a little bit. Apparently not. Okay. That was probably the better play there. That's out of the way. That's fine. Cute, but irrelevant. what you want to see. 7 missed wins, 9 blunders, 3 mistakes. That's not what you want to see at all. Let's play Blitz. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Turn on that. That's not what I want to do at all. Why would I do that? That was a bad move. I guess it's not the worst move. Let's push here. I really dislike Blitz. Yep. That's fine. God, I gotta move faster. I'm gonna start flagging. That's not hanging. You let me get away with this. Interesting. That was a good fork on your part. You'll mess up. They always mess up. Why are my pre-moves not working? It's actually rather bothersome. I've selected a pre-move, but you didn't do it. And maybe I should have taken with that. Con. Oh, that's pinned. Duh. That's what's going on. No, it's no longer pinned. That's what I thought. Get your ass back there. Okay, over here. How am I dealing with this? Crap. Nope, that's not a good move. Go here.
be living on the brown squares. That was dumb of me. I completely missed that. Yep. You can't escape from how you are. I'm gonna lose this one too. I am not good at blitz. I detest blitz. Yep. Only one legal move. Can I actually legally move too? I need to figure out why my pre-move's not working. Okay. Alright. Looks like he's taken off, so we are going to do... Gonna go back to our lessons that we were doing beforehand. I am really bad at blitz. Okay. All right. Pick up here. Apparently didn't want to play the video for me.
Check because you should. Check because you must. But never check because you can. It's tempting to deliver a check and attack your opponent's king, but you only want to do this when the check clearly makes your opponent's position worse or improves your own position. In this position, Black's king is safely castled, and White is prepared to castle on the next turn. Does it make sense to check the White king? Absolutely. After Rook e8 check, Black's rook is now on an active, open file, attacking White's king. In order to not lose material, White's king must move. After king f1, White's king has lost the right to castle. So not only is the king poorly placed, notice that white's rook on h1 will have trouble getting into the game. In this case, the check improved black's position and made the opponent's position worse. Let's take a look at some examples when you shouldn't just check, because you can. The opening phase of a chess game is all about controlling the center, developing your pieces quickly, and bringing your king to safety. With black to move, is it a good idea to check the white king with queen a5? Black should focus on continuing to develop pieces toward the center and preparing to castle the king. But after queen a5 check, black attacks white's king with the powerful queen, but now white can combine attack and defense with bishop d2. Black's check has only helped white continue to bring pieces into the game, and since black's queen is so valuable, black will be forced to waste time retreating the queen now that it is attacked by the bishop. In the last example, black's careless check lost time and allowed the opponent to gain a lead in development. Not a good thing, but also not the end of the world. In this position, a check will be disastrous. White has just played e5, attacking black's knight. Black should move the knight to safety, but when you are attacked, it is tempting to counterattack your opponent. Black can check white's king with bishop b4. Is this a good idea? After bishop b4 check, if white blocks the check with a piece, such as the knight or the bishop, black can trade the bishop for that piece and will be just fine. Can you find a stronger way to block the check for white? If you found c3, great job. White blocks the check and attacks the bishop with a pawn, so both black's knight and bishop are attacked by pawns, which means black is going to lose a piece. As we can see, playing a check without a clear plan can make a difficult situation much worse. Let's take a look at one more example together. In this position, white's bishop on d3 and queen on c2 are lined up and pointing at the h7 square. White can check black's king with bishop h7. Is this a good idea? Remember, only check your opponent if it makes their position worse or your position better. White should simply continue to develop with knight f3, bringing the knight closer to the center and opening up the diagonal for the bishop on c1. Instead, after bishop h7 check, black's king is forced to the corner with king h8. Although black's king was forced to move, how can white continue with the attack? White doesn't have any pieces to add pressure to black's king, and notice that the bishop that delivered the check is out of play and only has one escape route. If white isn't careful, this bishop might get trapped by a future g6 move, disconnecting the bishop from the queen. Now that you've learned the importance of only checking when you have a good reason, let's check your knowledge in the challenges.
Okay. I just played the weak move queen takes e2. Best response to white check and continue our development. Okay, white boldly delivers a check. Black's best response. Oh. Oh, that was just take. White has 4 checks in the position, but only one is a good check.
Okay. How do I have 4 checks against this piece? 1, 2. You only see 2 there. I guess I can move up for 3. Still don't see a 4th one. Oh, hey, that one's. Oh. There it is. Okay. Check can be a powerful move if you have a good reason. Black's bishop on d6 and knight are forked by white's pawn. If I check you here, just where does it say? That piece is pinned, so let's go here.
Sometimes in chess, you will get lucky and your opponent will give up an easy checkmate. But that's not always the case. It's usually harder than that, and you'll need to look deeper into the position in order to win. You might have checkmate, but it's in 2 moves instead of 1. This might be called mate in 2. Let's take a look at some examples where there is a forced checkmate in 2 moves. In any position, it's important to first look at all of the checks. With white to move, does white have any checks in this position? White only has 1, but it happens to be a good one. Knight to e7 check. This move forces the king to the open h-file, either h8 or h7. Let's say king h7. Notice that the white knight protects g8 and g6, meaning that the black king cannot escape the h-file. If white's queen can deliver a check on the h-file, it's checkmate. Can you find the move?
Okay, we're just going to start challenges on this. Okay, checkmate in 2 moves. Let's see the question. White can unleash a 2-move checkmate. Can you find it? Okay. Black is threatening queen g6. Or queen g2. Reading's hard. Queen g2 checkmate on the next move. Things look hopeless. Can you find 2 checks in a row that force a checkmate? Check. Me too. Black king's in serious danger, and the white king looks safe behind its pawns. Can you blast the white's defenses and find a mate in 2? Okay. Right, because that one blocks those two. Got you. Okay, now I'm seeing it. Huh, this is a position I'm becoming familiar with. Okay. All black's pieces are aiming at white's king side. Alright, to rip open lines attacking you. They force 2 checkmate just in time.
The opening phase is all about controlling the center and developing your pieces with a plan. Every move you make should be doing one of those 2 things. The middle game will then arise out of the opening. Many beginning chess players are fascinated with the opening because of the many exciting traps, gambits, and names. But in reality, you're better off not spending time memorizing openings, but instead understanding opening principles and then practicing your middle game and endgame. That said, openings are fun, and it's great to learn a few because they teach you how to understand how to think about the first moves of your game. Let's take a look at some of white's most popular openings after e4. After e4, black's most solid and straightforward response is e5. And after the typical knight f3 and knight c6, we're going to study 3 of white's most popular opening choices. The first opening begins with the move bishop to c4. This is known as the Italian game, or gioco piano, the quiet game. It is one of the most classical openings in chess.
That's what I tend to play.
White develops the bishop to an open diagonal,
That's what I
placing
tend to
pressure on
play
black's
more
weak
recently.
square on f7. White is ready to castle and bring the other pieces toward the center. Black often responds with bishop to c5, using the same ideas as white. This opening isn't as fast-paced as other openings that we'll study, but it is a solid way to develop your pieces to good squares and prepare for the middle game. After bishop to b5, this opening is known as the Ruy Lopez. It is considered more aggressive than the Italian game because white continues the attack on the e5 pawn by putting pressure on its defender, the knight on c6. Black's most popular option is the strange-looking a6, provoking white to capture the knight. Isn't that exactly what white wants to do? It turns out that white cannot win the pawn on e5 right away, so black attacks white's bishop. If white tries to win the pawn with bishop takes c6, black recaptures with the d-pawn, clearing open the diagonal for the light-squared bishop and also opening the d-file for black's queen. After knight takes e5, black has the powerful move queen to d4. Black moves the queen to d4, creating a double attack on the knight on e5 and pawn on e4. After white brings the knight to safety with knight f3, black plays queen takes e4 check. Black now regains the pawn with a good game. Since taking black's knight does not win a pawn, white usually plays bishop a4, keeping the pressure on the knight on c6, and if black attacks the bishop again with b5, white plays bishop to b3, entering the active a2 to g8 diagonal, focusing on the weak f7 square.
But I don't like this because you're moving.
The last of the three common white openings begins after d4. White advances a second pawn into the center, placing pressure on black's e5 pawn and opening up lines for the queen and dark-squared bishop. This opening is known as the Scotch opening. It is an aggressive opening that puts pressure on black's center right from the beginning of the game. Black should capture the pawn immediately with e takes d4, but sometimes black plays d6. This move allows white to open up the d-file with d takes e5. If black captures with the knight first with knight takes e5, white opens up the d-file after knight takes e5, d takes e5, and now that the d-file is open, white can trade queens with queen takes d8 check. After king takes d8, black's king loses the right to castle and is stuck in the middle of the board. After d takes e5, the d-file has once again opened and white trades queens with queen takes d8 check. Black has a tough choice to make. Black can either capture the queen with knight takes d8, giving up protection of the pawn on e5 and losing it after knight takes e5, or black can play king takes d8, losing the right to castle. Black's king is stuck in the middle of the board and will become a target of attack on the open d-file. This is why black should play e takes d4. And after white plays knight takes d4, both sides have a file that has been opened, the d-file for white and the e-file for black. This means the game may open up quickly, where both sides will have attacking chances. After bishop to c5, black develops a piece and adds a second attacker on white's knight on d4. White plays bishop to e3, developing the bishop toward the center and adding a second defender to the d4 knight. Both sides will focus on completing development, castling, and will prepare for a sharp middle game fight. Now that you've learned some of white's most popular openings after e4, let's test your knowledge in the challenges.
Alright, before challenges, I am going to use the restroom. very first game. That blind blitz against me. Okay. Start some challenges. Develop Knight. I hate this one because it leaves us developing so many less pieces than him. Sorry. Okay, next lesson.
When white doesn't play e4, the most popular alternative is d4. Notice d4 controls the center and also opens up lines for the queen and dark-squared bishop. Opening with the queen pawn is usually a slower, more positional opening compared to the e4 openings because it takes longer to develop the kingside pieces. White is now ready to play e4, creating a powerful center, so black normally plays d5, gaining space in the center and preventing white from placing a second pawn in the center. Let's take a look at one of the most fundamental d4 openings. White's most popular move is c4, immediately attacking the d5 pawn. This is known as the Queen's Gambit. The term gambit means sacrificing a pawn or more material in order to gain an attack or some other advantage. The name Queen's Gambit is confusing because after d takes c4, known as the Queen's Gambit accepted, white can gain the pawn back immediately with queen to a4 check, checking black's king and threatening the c4 pawn all at the same time. White does not have to worry about regaining the pawn and can play e4, taking over the center and opening up the f1's bishop attack on the c4 pawn. Since white is able to get 2 pawns in the center and develop quickly, black does not want to fall further behind in development and try to hold on to this pawn. Since taking the pawn on c4 and trying to keep it is risky, black usually defends the d5 pawn with either c6, known as the Slav defense, or e6. This opening is known as the Queen's Gambit decline. White will continue to develop pieces to add pressure on d5, and black will continue to defend this important square. After knight to c3, white develops a knight and places more pressure on black's center. Black plays knight f6, developing the knight and protecting the center. White plays bishop to g5, pinning the knight on f6 that was protecting the d5 square, and black plays bishop to e7, developing a piece and unpinning the knight on f6. Black is ready to castle, and white will focus on completing development on the kingside and castling as well. Are you ready to test your d4 opening knowledge? Let's do it.
And you want me to pin the knight.
While white gets to make the first move in chess, black can also decide the direction of the opening by choosing an opening to fight for the center and put their pieces on good squares. Even though black moves second and is essentially a half step behind white, with good play, black can hope to equalize in the middle game or even gain the advantage. Let's take a look at some key openings for black. After e4, the first two openings we will look at for black focus on preventing white from easily placing another pawn in the center with d4. The most solid of these options is e5, gaining a fair share of space in the center for black and preparing to capture white's pawn if it moves to d4. After the typical knight f3, black has a few reasonable moves in this position. The most common is knight c6. Before looking at this move, let's consider some other options. One option is to play d6. This is known as the Philidor defense. The Philidor is a solid but passive opening. It is considered passive because d6 blocks black's dark squared bishop from developing toward the center, so the bishop will not control many squares in the opponent's camp early in the game. For this reason, white often plays d4, gaining more space in the center and threatening black's pawn on e5. After e takes d4, knight takes d4. Black would like to play bishop to c5 to put pressure on the knight on d4. Notice the pawn on d6 blocks the bishop from becoming active. Black will have less space to use for development, so black's position will be solid enough, but passive. Another opening choice for black is to play knight f6. This is known as the Petrov or Russian defense. Black counterattacks the e4 pawn instead of protecting e5. After knight takes e5, it's very important for black to play d6. If instead black plays knight takes e4, black is in serious trouble after queen e2. White attacks the knight with the queen. If black tries to defend the knight, say with d5, white will simply attack the knight with d3 and force it to move. If the knight moves right away, say knight f6, white can win black's queen with the nice tactic knight to c6, discovering the queen's check on the king, and also notice the knight threatens to take the queen. Black is going to lose a queen in this position. This is why it is important for black to immediately play d6, attacking white's knight, and after the knight retreats to f3, now black can play knight takes e4. Black plans on playing d5, developing the dark squared bishop, and castling. Notice if white tries to cause the same issues with queen e2, black can simply play queen e7, unpinning the knight so the knight can safely retreat without losing any material. Let's return to the position after knight to c6. This is black's most popular option, protecting the e5 pawn and developing a piece toward the center. After bishop to c4, the Italian game, black has two main options, bishop to c5 or knight to f6. After knight to f6, white is able to play the aggressive and very dangerous move knight to g5, joining the bishop's attack on f7. As you are starting out, it's best to avoid these complications where one misstep can lose the game for black. This is why we recommend bishop to c5. Notice that knight g5 is not possible in this position because the queen on d8 protects the g5 square. And after castles and knight f6, black is ready to castle on the next move with a solid position. The other popular opening to put pressure on d4 is the move c5. This is known as the Sicilian defense. Black does not worry about putting a pawn directly in the center to control equal space, but wants to set up an imbalance in the pawn structure right from move 1. White typically plays knight to f3. And after knight to c6, white usually opens up lines with d4. This is known as the open Sicilian. Black does not allow white to keep 2 pawns in the center and plays c takes d4. Black captures a center pawn, d4, with a wing pawn, c5. A wing pawn is a pawn that is not on the central d or e files. So after knight takes d4, notice that black has 2 pawns that can move into the center, e7 and d7, while white only has 1 pawn, e4. Having 2 pawns that can move into the center can be an advantage for black, but notice that black is behind in development since black has not made any moves to help develop the kingside. This means that white will usually get to develop pieces to more active squares faster than black can, so white often gets an early attack. The Sicilian is a fighting opening where both sides often get to attack each other in tactically sharp positions. After exploring black's most common defenses to e4, let's go to the challenges.
Okay. Mark has already castled. This one has always looked so weird to me. The Sicilian defense. Because you're developing a piece that literally does not allow bishops out.
If black does not play e5 or c5, black usually opens with a plan to attack the e4 pawn. One direct way of doing this is with d5. This is known as the Scandinavian defense. Black immediately attacks the e4 pawn, but moving the d-pawn this early has the drawback that it is only protected by the queen. So after e takes d5, black brings the queen out very early to recapture the pawn, with queen takes d5. White can play knight to c3, developing a piece toward the center and attacking black's queen. Black loses time moving the queen to safety, so bringing the queen out early in the opening is usually not a great idea. If black wants to prepare an attack on e4 with d5, it is more common to prepare it with e6 or c6 first. After e6, this opening is known as the French defense. Black prepares to play d5 on the very next turn. After d4, white enjoys having 2 pawns in the center, but black quickly attacks white's center with d5. If white captures black's pawn on d5, black is ready to recapture with the e6 pawn. Since the trade doesn't improve white's position, a more common move for white is to play e5, moving the pawn to safety and taking space in black's territory. The drawback of playing e6 is that it blocks in the light-squared bishop on c8, so finding a good place for that bishop is black's biggest challenge. In the French, black allows white a central space advantage and then counterattacks the center with c5. The opening battle will focus on white trying to keep a space advantage and black trying to attack and destroy it. A similar opening to the French defense is played after c6. This is known as the Caro-Kann defense. After d4, like the French defense, black attacks the center in the Caro-Kann with d5. After the common e5, black plays bishop to f5. Unlike the French defense, in the Caro-Kann, black develops the light-squared bishop toward the center before playing e6. Black enjoys a solid game, but it is a slower opening strategy as black has not made any moves to help with kingside development. Now that you've learned the ideas behind attacking the e4 pawn in the French and Caro-Kann defenses, let's put your knowledge to the test. After your opponent plays d4, white's most popular alternative to e4, how should you respond? Black's most common strategy is to prevent white from comfortably playing e4. Sometimes black plays knight to f6, but the most straightforward way to prevent e4 is by playing d5, gaining equal space in the center and protecting the e4 square. After c4, white plays the queen's gambit, trying to get black to capture the wing pawn with d takes c4 so white can take over the center with e4. Although black can capture the c4 pawn, giving up control of the center is usually not a great plan. The most reliable defenses for black is to protect the d5 pawn with e6 or c6. A common error for black is to play knight f6. Although this move protects the d5 pawn, after c takes d5 and knight takes d5, black no longer has control over e4, so white can play e4, taking over the center and forcing black to lose time by retreating the knight. This is why it's important to protect black's central pawn with another pawn. Black's most common defense is with e6, known as the queen's gambit declined. If white captures the d5 pawn, black is ready to recapture with a pawn, keeping good control of the center. White usually continues to develop and put more pressure on d5 with knight to c3. Black develops and protects the center with knight to f6, and after bishop to g5, pinning black's central defender, black quickly unpins the knight with bishop to e7. In the queen's gambit declined, black will have a solid position, but black's bishop on c8 may take some time to find an active square. Black will castle on the next turn and then focus on developing the queenside. If black does not want to block in the light-squared bishop like the queen's gambit declined, then black can play the move c6. This is known as the Slav defense. Black is hoping to develop the light-squared bishop before playing e6. The Slav defense, just like the queen's gambit declined, is a solid opening that tries to control space, develop pieces toward the center, and castle. Are you ready to defend against d4? Let's see.
Probably not. Black defend the center. Defender d5 pawn. Knight f6. No, I just said that. No, no, you want me to defend with the bishop.
While knights are most useful when they are close to the action, bishops are usually best placed on long diagonals where they can control squares from a distance. In this position, the bishop is putting pressure on the a8
Let's check where I am. Should a book opening says it's not complete, but it looks complete to me.
Intermediate. Okay. Oops. Not what I meant to do. Go back to the video.
While knights are most useful when they are
There we
close
go.
to the action, bishops are usually best placed on long diagonals where they can control squares from a distance. In this position, the bishop is putting pressure on the A8 square no matter if it's on B7, C6, or G2. So in general, it's better to keep them safe while still attacking key squares. Let's take a look at some examples. One thing to be careful of is that bishops can also be vulnerable to pawn attacks that can push them around. Watch how white traps the black bishop. The bishop has no escape. Bishops work really well together when used as a pair. Together, they can cover a lot of squares and make up for the fact that each bishop only attacks one color. Look at all the squares these bishops control together in black's territory. Bishops also pair nicely with the queen, who often goes in for the attack while protected from the bishop from behind. Let's take a look at this attack with the queen and see how both bishops work together to help checkmate the black king. The queen checks the king on H8 and delivers checkmate. Notice the dark square bishop joins the battle and prevents the king from escaping. It's game over. One good question to always ask yourself is which diagonal would the bishop be most effective on? Let's see if you can answer that in the questions.
Okay. No. I like the idea of pinning that knight. Sure. Black's D5 square. So, pinned. Pass pawns. Next move. No, I did not go far enough. Best. White is starting to capture a pawn and fork black's rook. Find the best. You're attacking here. No, no. Oh. Okay, that one's already protected. Yeah. Yeah. That one's already protected by the knight. I didn't have to worry about that coming down, and well, that didn't exactly fork rooks till it made to here, so yeah. Oopsie. Black's 2 rooks. Right overpower white's bishops. Can you combine the string the bishop for checkmate in 2? Oh. White's bishop on D3 is miserable. Pretty much. Best way is this passive piece and active piece. Bishop 20.
Next lesson.
There are few things as satisfying in chess as making a good move with the knight. Maybe it's because it's the only piece that can jump. Or maybe it's because with each new square the knight lands on, there are now 8 new squares of possibilities to consider. The knight is so full of potential, if you use it correctly that is. In order to make the most of your knights, you will need to put them on squares where they have the most possibilities. Let's see what happens when you put a knight into the corner. How many squares can it move to? Right, only 2 squares. Now let's see the knight on the side of the board. How many squares now?
4.
That's right, only 4. And how many squares can the knight move to now that we've placed the piece in its favorite place, directly in the center? That's right, 8.
All.
The knight loves being in the center of the board where it can leap into action anywhere. And if you really are looking to maximize the knight, place the knight on the 6th rank where it not only controls the center, but it also is eyeing the valuable pieces that are often found on the 8th rank, like the king. Look at how dangerous this knight is. Knights also work really well when used together with the queen. Together, they cover all of the potential black king moves. Just look at this checkmating duo. One final point about the knight is this. The knight is usually the best blockader of an advanced enemy pawn. Rooks hate getting stuck in front of pawns, and bishops aren't that much better, but knights feel right at home blocking pawns. Now it's your turn to see if you know how to activate your knights.
Okay. White has one more minor piece developed. Where's the knight best placed? In the center. White's knight on A3. Very bad knight there. I like it better over here. Actually, I kind of like even better here where I threaten this background pawn. Here, it actually, like I said, text that. Right, would love to plant itself on F6. Forking black's major pieces. I wanted to get there in 2 moves. Oh, shnikes. Oh wait, that checks you, and then lets me get the queen. God damn, I'm bad at this. Black's bishop and rooks want to become more active once it moves the e6 pawn. What's White's best move in this position? By not letting it move that e6 pawn. Black is ready to play d2. White defend against this. Doing this, we also threaten that bishop.
Rooks are the second most powerful pieces in chess, if you use them right, that is. At the beginning of the game, the rooks are on the most useless squares. But once you get to the right spot, the rooks are very useful. One place rooks like to be is on open files. An open file is one where there are no pawns at all. On an open file, a rook can see all the way across the board. Even more powerful is having 2 rooks on the open file. Notice with both of White's rooks on the open e-file, Black's rooks are no match to fight against them on the e-file. Another good place for a rook is on a semi-open file. A semi-open file is where there are only pawns from one army on that file. This might mean that your rook is attacking your opponent's pawn, like this. Or the rook is protecting your own pawn, which you are probably trying to push. Finally, the best place for a rook is on the 7th rank. Here it attacks your opponent's pawns and also cuts off the opponent's king. When you get 2 rooks together on the 7th rank, they are so unstoppable they have earned the nickname Pigs on the 7th. Let's see if you can put your rooks on their best squares.
Okay. Activity, watch rook, and prepare to attack pawn. Rooks are battling over white c pawn. White attack and the pass pawn. No. Now you want me to advance it right now. Black just played queen to e6, attacking white's pawn. Set up the trap by castling. Done that plenty of times in these challenges. Black. I have no idea. There it is, because I can pin it to the king. I can put the king between it. I forget what that's called. Oh, apparently I have taken all the lessons I'm able to take for today. Or something. Alrighty. Well, play some live chess then. We are not playing Blitz. Screw that. Like 10 minutes is bad enough. That move has thrown him off. He was not expecting it. Probably a good thing not to expect that move because it's not a very good one. I'm sure. That's something I should have done later. Hmm. None of my control the center. Good place for this rook. Alright. Hmm. All right. One blunder. 2 mistakes. That's still considered a book move. Not the strongest book move, but it's still considered a book move. Which that's where I was going soon. Huh. Really? Giving up control center pawn is better? There was my blunder. There's his missed win on material. Because I had nothing defending that pawn anymore. Mistake. He takes there, which is another mistake. Take which is a mistake. That is his blunder. And there is my one material. Which point in time he resigned. Okay. Maybe I should have brought my knight out. That probably would have been the play to bring my knight out. Now you're out of things to add to that square, aren't you? Alrighty. Maybe developing my knight there would have been the better play.
go here, but there's nothing really threatening from there. That's no longer an option if I wanted it to be. We've actually done unpin this thing. Can I move it anywhere relevant? Can't go there, can't go there, can't go there. I can go here. Not sure I want it to be here though. Being there's good enough. These are the trades you started, dude. Okay, do not pre-move that. Not pre-move there either. I need to get these things figured out.
Hmm. Okay. I shouldn't. That's kind of what I'm thinking now. That you block this up. Because once I'm back here and that frees up this line of attack, unpins this piece, that one can go there. Oh, or maybe it can't. Maybe it can't. Oopsie. Yeah. That was bad for me. Could just line up a battering ram here too. Well, this rook is running away. You're running away, so lined up. Along this diagonal here, also attacks two unprotected pieces. That's an attack too. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Man, I'm taking all this.
Noni? So that's still a possibility too. Sure how much I like it as a possibility though. I think I like better that. What I might need to do is start pushing up these outside pawns here. Okay. Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna politely decline that offer to take my piece. I think he's missed this piece. And this piece. Doing this to him. Okay, he didn't miss it completely. That's fine. If I take, you're taking back. Not ideal for me. I moved here.
shut down literally every which way that you can move. Actually, you can still technically move here. That one pawn got in my way a lot this time. Now that bishop's just kind of been regulated over there. Not doing a lot. Don't like it. Don't like it. That's now a very weak piece I want to attack. Could push again. Or you could fucking fork me. God damn it. That was bad of me. Yeah, that was really bad of me. You actually can't come forward. You can run over here and defend this piece still. You can't move backwards. Can't move there. Like, you have two safe squares. Hmm.
I'm so dead. I've lost this one very poorly. Very, very poorly. My only hope is if he screws up. Trying to push somewhere he should not. He's been playing this so slow, I doubt he screws up. Sure, no hesitation. You should take it. I take. You take that. I've got nothing but pawns left. And you say more than enough to win this game. Right here when you went to the tank for 2 minutes. Okay. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Is there anything I can do? I don't know what his problem with this endgame is. He should be running me over in it. Like, all you had to do was this. You're gonna end up drawing this game. No, you won't draw it. But you should have won that forever ago. You should have won that forever ago. I made a huge blunder. Sorry, what? You threaten nothing. No, you threaten nothing that's unprotected. I'm not sure what his plan is here. I don't know how I missed this last time. But you lose your queen now. Whatever shall I do without that bishop that cost you a queen? That has lost a lot of the ramming power that he had. Come get some, dude. You're way behind. I'm way up, so I'm happy to trade. What are you doing, dude? Where are you developing that? That pushes nothing. Aren't you just going to be annoying? Maybe I should have only gone here and threatened the ram there. Advancing the pawn. Advancing this pawn attacks so many things at once. All of a sudden, my pawn would be attacking here. My queen would be attacking here. This the pawn that's being attacked is pinned. What are you doing, dude? Give me my choice of rooks now? He takes it, he just loses. I'd like a nice wooden chess set like this. Just couldn't push. That's not an option for you, Doug. I don't know why I'm even bothering to defend that. That doesn't help you like it did me.
If you take, I just take here and win the game. If you don't take, I just come here. Oh, that was bad. That was a bad play. I'm giving him hope. I'm letting him back in. I just gave away this bishop. Yep, that was bad on my part. Alrighty. Good play. Good play. That keeps you alive for now. Let me just come over here, though. You played very poorly this game. I should have won this one already. I should win here, though. I can't actually meet you because I can't get into that corner. From this position, I take here, here, and here. You can't defend them all. Suppose I can make you technically make the play A8. Interesting. But now I check you again. Leaving your only legal play. I guess you get two. Nope, nope. Your only legal play is here. I suppose you move that one over. You have two. So legal plays are to there or there. Now, how did I want to play this? I think I just do that. You have to block now.
because this piece protects all this. So this piece protects these escape squares. This piece protects this escape square. This piece would still be threatening here. So your only legal move is that. I'm figuring out the highlights and stuff. And then I do that. And I suppose he has another legal block there. For the terrible person, that would be my play next. No, we don't do that. There we go. Alright, one more. Game, we just went over this. Maybe it was Night develops first. Not sure why I did that. That was not a great move. Sure do like to make that move. Try and pin that knight a lot. Doesn't actually attack a whole lot of anything, does it? That's they're both protected by that. Interesting. Continue to develop and win more material. You actually can't move this into position where it can attack this bishop. That's fine. So attack this pawn here. Interesting. That no longer needs the same number of defenders. Can now fold this way. Oh shit. That was a mistake. Yep, that was a mistake. Here's to hoping you blunder too. Because there's a possibility I could no. There's not a possibility I can mate you in one. Fuck. That was a blunder. Yep. This is the best thing I can do. Alright, a little bit of analysis. I should immediately take, yeah. Yeah, that was definitely blundery. And I knew it was as soon as I played it. Move that out there to threaten that. I trade those. Castle. Just take it. Get more things lined up. Take it with the wrong one because that doesn't pressure a whole lot. Right there. That I was going to the trade. I figured I'd be up a piece. He declines that trade and just decides to be down a piece. Take. Place his best possible move. And that's still marked as an excellent move and not a blunder. Feels blundery to me. The best move is to check here. So he takes. No? You go here. Why is you taking that? Not the best play. Anyway, that's not what I did. Don't know how that's considered an excellent move. Oh, apparently I missed a mate in 3. Let's try and find it. So mate in 3. Step 1 is check. Oh no. He has to block there because wow. Sacrificing my queen could have worked out great for me had I just attacked. Wanted it back into my hands. Okay. I missed a win. Alright, but it's getting late, so this is where I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. We'll have another video dropping on Wednesday for sure. I may work on some. I know I've got some Among Us footage in the background I'm working on. I've got another video project I want to do but haven't done yet, or haven't started on yet, and of course, who knows when I may feel like playing more chess. Probably very soon.